they're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Good start, looks like for most. It's Runaway Joke from an inside post, setting out for the lead. Morning Cups on the outside in second, and Pompous Prince even further deep on the course in third. Morvino towards the inside, fourth, 3 lengths off the lead, a gap of 4. Back to Tequila, who's about a length and a half in front of the Institute, who's at the tail of the field, a half mile to go, and it's Runaway Joke on top by a length and a half. Pompous Prince to the outside of Morning Cup, second and third. Morvino behind the leaders in fourth, 2.5 off the lead. A gap of 4 to the Institute, who's out of last, and Tequila trails the field, 2.5 furlongs to go, and Runaway Joke looks good on the front end. Has a lead by a little over 2 lengths. Morning Cup, the nearest pursuer, in second. The Institute trying to thread his way through traffic up into third to the outside of Morvino is back in fourth. They got 3/16 to go, and it's Runaway Joke who has a 7-length lead. The battle for the balance. Morning Cup to the outside of the Institute. 16th to go, and Runaway Joke loves Finger Lakes. 6 for 6 at Finger Lakes, and also now has a 7-race win streak. The Institute second, close for third. Morvino or exacted $15, 50-cent tribe, $12.05, dime super, $4.85. Draw on the gate, and they're off. Sluggish start, my kind of crazy. It's Percy who accelerates out for the front end. Wisecrackers on the outside. Bright Angel at the fence in third. Racer X in fourth. To the inside of Yohida Moneymaker will be 3 wide around that first turn. Finds Creek saves all the ground, and my kind of crazy's off the inside at the back of the pack as they circle around the first turn. It's Percy who's on the point, has a lead by just about a length over Wisecracker, who stalks in second. Bright Angel drops off the pace in third. 4 lengths off the lead. Yohida Moneymaker, Racer X outside of him, and then 4 more lengths back to Fines Creek, who's about 5 lengths in front of My Kinda Crazy, who's at the back of the pack as they travel up the backstretch. It's Percy doling out the fractions, a lead 3 parts of a length, now a length over Wisecracker, who rates outside in second. Racer X is in third. Bright Angel in some tight quarters towards the inside in a joint fourth, with Yohida Moneymaker, who's 3 wide and now up into fourth. Second last, Fines Creek, in about 8 lengths off the lead, and about 9 lengths to the trailer, My Kinda Crazy. 2.5 furlongs to go in this race. Wisecracker on even terms with Percy. They're clear by 9 lengths. Yohida Moneymaker under a drive in third. Racer X towards the inside fourth. Fines Creek's in fifth. Bright Angel drops back to second last as they turn into the stretch. Percy is persistent on the front end. Opens up by a length and a half too. Wisecracker fully extended in second. Many lengths back to Yohida Moneymaker in third. They run to the 16th pole. It's Percy. Percy leads by 4 lengths over Wisecracker, and Percy will break the maiden today. Wisecracker second, many lengths back to Yohida Moneymaker third, and Bright Angel fourth. Dollars. Exacta, $14.60, 50-cent try, $12.50, dime super, 6. And they're off. It's Bavarian Creme who gets the jump on the field, who sends out for the lead. Kaz Music outside second. Georgie's Ladies improving up the inside third, now up into a joint second. Lincolnville Beach in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths, now a length to Mrs. Bell, who's to the outside of Pure Elegance, who's at the back of the pack. Bavarian Creme controls this race by a half length. Kaz Music shadows that one outside second. Georgie's Ladies really nowhere to go along the inside, and a joint third with Lincolnville Beach, who is outside up into the third spot. Mrs. Bell's in fifth, 4.5 off the lead, and a length and a half to Pure Elegance, who trails the field. About 2.5 furlongs to go. Bavarian Creme and Kaz Music, these two are on even terms. Lincolnville Beach outside third. Georgie's Ladies drops back in fourth, 5 lengths off the lead. Then is Mrs. Bell as they turn into the stretch. Kaz Music let loose to the outside of Bavarian Creme. These two nip and tuck, joined by Lincolnville Beach on the outside, who's only a half length off the lead into second. 16th to go. Kaz Music, Lincolnville Beach lunging late. Kaz Music getting to the finish line in front, just ahead of Lincolnville. Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Late Pick 5 wagering. Post time race 4 in 20 minutes at 2:30 p.m. And they're off. Looks like a very competitive start. Not My Type from an outside post going out for the lead. Salty Ryan's at the fence. Ex Machina is next. And here's Billy at the gate on the extreme outside. Billy at the gate now contending for the top spot. A couple more lengths back to Salt Spartan in fifth to the outside of Mama's Mini. Chicago Charlie shuffle back to second last. And 3 lengths to A Few Choice Words, who's at the tail of the field as they get ready to take on the turn. Billy at the gate now emerges with the lead. It opens up by a length over Salty Ryan in pursuit in second. Ex Machina stalks in third. 2 more lengths back to Not My Type in fourth. Salt Spartan, Mama's Mini, fifth and sixth, and about 6.5 lengths off the lead. Chicago Charlie goes wide second last, and A Few Choice Words at the back of the pack as they reach the top of the stretch. Billy at the gate is homeward bound, has a lead by about 5 lengths over Salty Ryan and Mama's Mini. Mama's Mini now up into a joint second, but still about 4.5 lengths off the lead of Billy at the gate. It's Billy at the gate who's home free. Billy at the gate in front. Mama's Mini second. Salty Ryan third. Fourth, Salt Spartan $6.25. Dime Super $3.57. And 50-cent pick 3, $11.30. The gate. And they're off. It's Goody's Girl who sprints out for the front end. Big Advantage displaying speed towards the fence. Empire Magic's in third. Value Dreamer outside of her in fourth. A couple lengths to Playing with Dolls in second last, and a length to Out of the Cloud, who's at the back of the pack as they race up the backstretch. Goody's Girl has the lead. Big Advantage gets off the inside, now contends in second. Empire Magic's in third, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Then 2.5 lengths back to Value Dreamer, is about 3 lengths in front of Playing with Dolls, who's to the inside of Out of the Cloud at the tail of the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Goody's Girl, Big Advantage, nudged upon to keep up in second. Empire Magic ranges up to the outside in third. Value Dreamer drops back as it's Out of the Cloud into fourth, but about 10 lengths off the lead as they turn into the stretch. It's Goody's Girl who cuts the corner, has the lead by a couple lengths over Empire Magic to the outside. A Big Advantage for second. They run to the 16th pole. Goody's Girl on top by about 3 lengths. Empire Magic on the outside, a Big Advantage for the place, but it's Goody's Girl. Goody's Girl, a front-running victory. Photo for second. Big Advantage to the inside of Empire Magic. Regular double 2.5, 23.60. Consolation double 2.9, 5.40. Exacta 28.40. 50-cent try 24.50. Dime Super 5.286, $20.02. 50-cent pick 3.5. All in the gate. And they're off. Lucio Non-Earl broke a step tardy. It's Night Missio and Gotta Be Possible. These two blaze out for the lead. Into Inspiration, flashing early speed up the inside in third. And Into Inspiration now going for the top spot and sticks the white blinkers in front. The top 3 going quick early on. They're clear by 8 over Probably Flattery, who runs along in fourth. Lucio Non-Earl running for purse money only in fifth. Gray-haired Gus splits those two, and then about 5 lengths to Armenian Dancer, who's shaken up at the back of the pack. They're already on the turn. It's Into Inspiration on top by 3 parts of a length over Night Missio, who's in pursuit in second. Gonna Be Possible drops back in third. Gray-haired Gus starts a rally in fourth, and then it's Probably Flattery. It's Gonna Be Possible blowing the turn. Lucio Non-Earl is in third last as they reach the top of the stretch. Into Inspiration on top of Night Missio. Gray-haired Gus up the inside. Gray-haired Gus up into second, 2 lengths off the lead, and gray-haired Gus will now angle to the outside of Into Inspiration. Into Inspiration clings to that lead. Gray-haired Gus has clear running room on the outside. Gray-haired Gus collars Into Inspiration for the win. Probably Flattery was third. Night Missio 40. Exacta 1980, 50-cent try, $7.95. Dime Super, $3.77. Pick 4, 4, 4, 69. We're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Bald Kitten who rushes out for the lead. Adelisa's Smile counter punches up the inside, and Adelisa's Smile has inside position on Bald Kitten And those two kick clear by a length and a half over Lippin Law, who tracks in third. Maze Love Laffy outside of her in fourth. A couple lengths back, Hypnotic Flare in fifth. And a gap of about 5 lengths to our First Lady, who takes up residency at the back of the pack. It's Bald Kitten in the red bridle to the outside of Adelisa's Smile and the blue blinkers towards the rail in second. Now those two on even terms. A length and a half to Lippin Law is covered up to the inside of Maze Love Laffy in fourth. 2 more lengths to Hypnotic Flare in second last, and a margin of 4 lengths to our First Lady, who trails the field. Adelisa's Smile leads this field into the far turn by just about a length over Bald Kitten, who's dropping back a little bit. Maze Love Laffy ranging up to the outside, up into second. Lippin Law towards the inside into third. Second last, Hypnotic Flare, and 2 lengths to our First Lady, who trails the field as they arrive at the quarter pole. Adelisa's Smile whips him in, has the lead by just about a length and a half. Maze Love Laffy drifting out wide. Lippin Law is towards the inside in third. Bald Kitten in fourth. They run down to the final furlong. It's Adelisa's Smile who has the lead by about 4 or 5 lengths. Maze Love Laffy is in second. Lippin Law third. A no doubt about it winner, Adelisa's Smile in front. It's going to be close for second between Lippin Law and Maze Love Laffy. 260 the winning mutual. Double 22.20, exacta 7.70, 50-cent trifecta 4.80, dime super $2.18. And they're off. Not a good start for Miss Wobbles, who's last. The favorite, Igniting the Flame, dashes out for the lead. Only in My Dreams accompanies that one on the outside second. Positively races in third to the outside. La Indecente fourth. A gap of 4, Miss Wobbles in fifth. About 10 or 11 lengths off the lead. Cause I'm Elegance in second last. And Artemis Girl is at the back, but now is splitting horses. Is now up into fifth is Artemis Girl, but still about 14 lengths off the lead. Dueling leaders on the front end. Igniting the Flame and Only in My Dreams, they're clear by about 9 lengths. Positively races in third, a gap of 3, the La Indecente fourth. Artemis Girls in fifth, still 15 lengths off the lead. Cause I'm Elegance in second last, and Miss Wobbles trails the field as they turn into the stretch. Only in My Dreams to the outside of Igniting the Flame, and these two continue to be in match race mode, and they got 1 furlong to go. Then about 9 lengths back to La Indecente in third. And then in fourth, Artemis Girl, 16th to go. Igniting the Flame shrugs off Only in My Dreams just inside the 16th pole. Igniting the Flame, victorious. La Indecente second. Third, Only in My Dreams. Fourth, Artemis Koa, the winning jockey. It's official. 360 the winning mutual. That's 2 wins on the day for M. Anthony Ferraro. Daily double, $5.30, exact. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, a Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. Track is fast, weather a little bit toasty, but just shy of 90 degrees, I believe, for a high today. We've got about 61 minutes to race number one. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, scratch both the 240 Smooth and the 7 Alicia's Way. 40 Smooth, Alicia's Way, 2 and 7 out of the first. Race number 2. No changes in races 2 or 3. So skip over to the fourth race. In the fourth race, we do have a scratch. Scratch number 7, Production Credit. Production Credit, a scratch from the fourth race. And a jockey change for number 1, Victory Built, J.M. Rohina. J.M. Rohina on number 1, Victory Built. Fifth race. Scratch number 3, Heads or Tails. Scratch number 8, New York Riesling. Heads or Tails, New York Riesling, 3 and 8, scratch from race number 5. Race number 6. Jockey change to number 4, Vaunted, to J.M. Rohina. J.M. Rohina on number 4, Vaunted. Seventh race. Scratch number 5, Digital Sale. Number 5, Digital Sale, a scratch from race number 7. Eighth and final, scratch number 6, Sweet Carol James, and number 7, Crystal. Sweet Carol James, Crystal, 6 and 7, both scratched from the eighth and final. That's a look at the scratches and changes. I want to let everyone know the next free handicapping contest for those on track here at Finger Lakes will be Monday, August 18th. Will consist of races 1 through 8 from Finger Lakes, $2,500 in the prize pool, $1,000 to first. Got to be a Lucky North Rewards member to participate and register before the first race to play in our next handicapping challenge on Monday, August 18th. Got about 58 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
Okay, welcome to another day at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Man, it's getting some warm weather again. Gotta love the summer. We are coming up on August racing, and of course, we don't have a stakes race until the 1st of September, but we do have a lot of good racing action coming up. We also, as Bill Downs just mentioned, we got a handicapping challenge coming up in a few weeks. It was Gil Forty on the board the last time. So if Gil Forty could hit the board, you got a good shot to win that thing. That's coming up in a few weeks. I hope he's watching. Anyway, yesterday I saw a little bit of an accident in the paddock. Shows how tough Kevin Navarro. He did a little bit of boxing down in Puerto Rico, so he took a body shot while he was in the paddock. Got up and then won with gray-haired Gus, showing his toughness. Gotta love the toughness of Kevin Navarro. Congratulations to him, and just glad that he is okay. Obviously, our EMT staff did a good job. Just keep an eye on him, make sure that he was okay. Mariah's the best. We got a great staff here at Finger Lakes. Runaway Joke in the first race. Man, we were talking about Runaway Joke before the races yesterday. How good that horse was on a tear. Won every race at Finger Lakes. Had won 5 in a row and coming here, then won another race in New York before being put on the shelf. Had a long time to get back into form and get back into shape before making his first start of the year. And he absolutely whistled. He did have a tactical edge being the main speed, but he looked like he didn't miss a beat. Emmanuel Di Diego, obviously a good rider aboard, put that horse on the front end and got the win for D'Alessandro. Man, what a good-looking animal that one is. Maybe we'll see and get a little bit of a rivalry if that one faces Jack and Bernie later in the year. Would love to see it. It would be a lot of fun. Yeah, we got 8 races today. Remember, tomorrow we have the little bit later start, 1:15, 1 o'clock, of course, on Monday and Tuesdays. On Wednesday only, we go with the 1:15. Got a couple scratches here in the first race, and is going to affect the pace because you scratched the 240 Smooth, who was the expected speed of the speed. Also scratched the class of the 7, Alicia's Way. Wasn't sure what to do with that horse anyway, coming off the layoff. Obvious class edge for a trainer that's going pretty well, Caitlin Gutterson. You got 5 left. It's pretty competitive. Quiet Horizons in for the 4 Lifetime. Miss Pab doesn't have the best form, so I use the other 3, and they're the logical ones. Sabrine stretching out, maybe not the horse she used to be, but she could be dangerous in here with a weaker field. And In Traffic and Our Girl Faith both faced each other. Obviously, neither one of them were a match for Holiday Jazz, who was just much the best in those conditions where it was the claiming series, as Holiday Jazz has been dominating the claiming series, distance series for the route for the girls. But In Traffic ran well to be second. Our Girl Faith ran well to be third. Now, I'm going to take Our Girl Faith to turn the tables on In Traffic. Obviously, they weren't running against each other. They were trying to keep up with Holiday Jazz in that race. Now, neither one of them has an excuse. They were part of a very slow pace. That just shows how much the best Holiday Jazz was. He still went by them and won for fun. But they both hung around. In Traffic that day ran the better race to be second. But I think Our Girl Faith, third start off of the layoff, second time going long, always a good angle here, Finger Lakes. You're at your fittest in the route races, and shortening up to a mile might be able to turn the tables here, because let's face it, she was a better horse going long in prior races going back to last year. So I look at last year's form in a horse that's just coming around with only a couple starts versus a horse that's made 4 starts this year. The one that's more eligible to improve would be the 3 over the 1. And that's where I'm going. I could go either way. Both of them have a chance, but Our Girl Faith, I think, can win this race. And you got In Traffic for David Rivera, former jockey David Rivera. It's funny because I tease him about this. We're going a distance of a mile. I think one of the reasons that we didn't run a mile for a while was because of David Rivera. It's probably not true, but I always tease him about it anyway. Maybe there's some partial truth to it. But In Traffic, I'm going to use for second. Sabrine, don't discount Sabrine's chances here. Yes, she's getting a little bit of money, 3-1. She looks like the other one. And she's run well at a route before. And even at this distance, she wasn't that badly beaten. The last time at mile 70 that she ran at the end of the year, she finished 4th that day, actually to Miss Pab, who's in here. Although Miss Pab hasn't shown much yet this year. Interesting to see. That one's not completely out of it either. But Sabrine from time to time has run better than these horses. It's hard to figure this horse right now because her first start of the year wasn't horribly bad, but her next couple starts haven't been good at all. So which Sabrine is going to show up? You think that she's going to improve. Maybe not necessarily improve, but just run better, at least more competitively against an easier group. The distance isn't a problem for this horse, as we've seen in the past. And you know, that's the thing. A lot of these horses are traditionally been sprinters. I mean, In Traffic has been a deep closing sprinter in a lot of her races, and now she's more closer to the front router. Our girl Faith is the true router, and that's another reason I like her, is because she's been having a lot of experience going long. Quiet Horizon has, but she's only a 3-time winner. So that's what I came up with in the first. I think I overanalyzed the race, but I'm going to go the 3, 1, and 6. All right, second race is a $5,000 claiming race, going a mile. Never won 2 condition for fillies and mares. Yeah, I mean, this was a tough one as far as who really stands out. I mean, when we first look at it, Divorced, of course, looks like the horse to beat. Of course, that's my new name lately. But Rachiel, My Belle, I'm going to lean towards on top on the drop in class. It's one of those drops that, I mean, you got to make it at least a little bit of an excuse for the horse with her last 2 starts against tougher. She's going against Stunning Sugar, Equinox. Those are tough horses in the allowance lifetime condition, but not just that. I know it's not in the program, just says outrun, but you watch the race. Right after the start, this horse just got completely squeezed out of the race and just never in it after that. It just called it a day. And so I would just absolutely draw a line through that last start. I mean, when you have that much of an issue at the start and losing that many lengths at the start, you're done. And that's the case, especially in an allowance race. The prior start, yeah, she wasn't that competitive, but it was a really, really tough allowance heat. So she's been just slightly over her head. Well, not slightly. She's been over her head. But you've got to think that she's going to be very competitive against 5,000 claimers. Unless she is going the wrong way. It's just really tough to gauge when you're just so overmatched against tough fields, and then you have what happened last time where you don't even have any chance. So I'm going to just take a shot here. I do like the fact that she's put in a good work since the last start as well. I mean, it's a bullet. It's not really a bullet. I mean, they go 5 furlongs at 102, 103. It's not that fast, but there's only a few horses that worked, and they're not really steaming up the track. So I'm going to go with Rachiel, My Belle. Rachiel, My Belle, I think is how you pronounce it. Got that one on top for Ref. Yeah, Divorced, of course. Strong player here, dropping to 5,000. She broke her maiden against the 11 and 9s. A little bit of a surprise, considering the fact that she's never been close before in any of her maiden races. She just took a slight drop from a special weight to the 11, and then the money showed. I mean, the horse went off 9-2. So somebody was betting this horse, and she responded for the better as she got the victory. Probably ran her best race when she was in for a tag. But first time against winners, found it too tough, was wide that day. The next race was a really strong field for the 11 and 9s. And the thing is, it was a mile as well. So she goes the distance again, and you got to give the horse a chance. I mean, at least she's got the recent route where my top choice, Rachiel, My Belle, hasn't been long since a mile race on the turf back in November. She hasn't been long this year yet, but she's bred to. And I would think that horse is going to run better going long, too. So those are the main 2 that I thought. Dharma would be the other one that's interesting stretching out. She dropped in class, took a steep drop from a special weight to the 5,000, and responded with a victory. Then went just way over her head against the 11 and 9. So back at 5,000, at the distance of a mile, it's an easier field. Her numbers aren't great, but you got to think that she's going to be competitive at the level. So I'm all the way inside with Pan Man's Grandma box, 2, 3, 1, and that's where I'm boxing too. Third race. This is an allowance race, going a mile and the 16th, and I think you can really narrow this one down. If you notice, this will be my single in the pick 4. I think everybody's single in the pick 4s and pick 5s. I don't blame anybody for trying to beat the horse, because that's how you make money. Is once in a while you can beat these heavy favorites and get some value. Don't blame you, but really tough to beat King's Leap in this spot. I mean, even money. I think you're lucky to get even money in this race. Although there's a horse, was it yesterday, that I thought would be 1 to 5 or 2 to 5, and the horse went off actually second choice in the race. So sometimes you don't know. Usually the money's pretty smart late here at Finger Lakes, but that race they weren't. Yeah, this one obviously over his head in the New York Derby. Can't blame him for taking a shot because he ended up finishing third. He's not going to be a match for the top 2, but it was a smart move putting him in there, because you got a good check just for picking up some pieces to be third behind Train the Trainer, who actually is trying to equal what Tin Cup Chalice did. He's trying to win all 3 legs of the Big Apple Triple. Of course, they don't give the bonus anymore, but that one's pretty good. And I mean, Train the Trainer would be a public workout to beat this field. So back in against an allowance condition is King's Leap. Ran second and gave Sorority Prank all that he could handle. And Sorority Prank is a really good one. Sorority Prank's a stakes horse, or will be a stakes horse. And this one's already it's got some black type by finishing third in the Derby. So going to be tough in here. Yeah, I guess if somebody beats King's Leap, the most likely one is the one, Ice Time, who pulled off the upset last time. Now, King's Leap wasn't in that race, but he earned a good number for the victory and did a pretty decent time. So it's not impossible to see this horse come back and win. Now, Christian Navarro timed that one right. I mean, this is a horse that, let's face it, you know what to expect from him. He's going to be back far early, and he's going to try to make a run. Now, yesterday, it seemed like you needed to be close. Just mentioned the Gus horse with Kevin Navarro yesterday was really the only one that made up that kind of ground to win. So we'll see how the track plays today. There is some pace in here a little bit. I wouldn't say they're going to be going 47 or anything like that, but they might be under 50 if we get a little bit of a pace. And Ice Time getting 47 last time, I think that helped him win. He got the kind of pace that he needed to put in his late run. Not sure if he's going to get that kind of pace today, but he could pass some of the tiring horses after King's Leap takes over and tries to rally. Now again, if King's Leap doesn't have it for whatever reason today, then Ice Time may be the one to come flying late and win. Love That Bird, probably more of a filler to help his stablemate here, but I don't know what's going on with this horse. Now, first start off the layoff in a sprint was actually pretty good. It would hint that when he goes to his better distance, this horse was sitting on a win against the one state bred condition. Well, last time against the one state breds, this horse didn't fire at all, but that was 6 furlongs. But the race before, you would expect this horse to be at least a little bit closer to Hey Toby and Skylar Starship. Man, didn't fire at all. I'd expect him to fire here today, but again, he's just helping out the stablemate for the race. But I would think he's got a chance to hit the board. Maybe he's up close throughout and just hangs around to be third behind King's Leap. Maybe it makes a Ferraro Exacta. So I'm going to go with 3-1-5 in race number 3. All right, 4th race. This one starts the late pick 5. Paid over $100 yesterday. I mean, you say, well, that's not a lot for a pick 5, but for what came in, you could have had, that was actually pretty good. Scratch the 7, production credit. Yeah, I didn't think Stephen Frett was going to ride today. Jose Rojina, he's close. Stephen's close to coming back still, trying to come back from a wrist injury that he suffered in the morning. But that's a tough injury to come back from when you're a jockey, because obviously grip is important. And I've had the wrist injury before, and I'm not going to be out there riding any horses. I don't think I'd make it out of the starting gate. Anyway, this race is pretty wide open. There is some pace in here, but I think Max Foster got a little bit of a confidence builder, dropping in to the bottom of the bottom, going in for 4,000. It was only a 4-horse field, and you think, okay, it wasn't a very good 4-horse field, but Max Foster did something that I haven't seen from him, at least in recent memory, over the last couple of years. And that's send out to the front end in fast fractions and keep going. Granted, there wasn't much to go with him, but he actually finished up in a very fast time for that distance, 105. And think about this. You drop in class, you decide, well, I'm not going to win for 5,000. I'm going to go in for 4. And great, you got a 4-horse field. And then you got a horse in there that does 105. So you actually kind of feel bad for the rest of the horses, or the rest of the connections of the horses that were in that race, because Max Foster tore up the racetrack in 45 and 105. Now, he's still eligible for the 5s. That's the thing with the 4s. You win a 4, it doesn't affect you for the conditions of the 5. So he's still able to come back here for 5. Will he repeat that effort? I don't know. If he does, he's going to win. So at 4-1 morning line, I'm taking a shot. Now, there's other speed in here, and he's not really, at least he wasn't before, a horse that shoots out there to the front. And you got Brock Moninoff and Stone Guitar, who do have one way of going. So I expect him to just be up close and try to take over. But off the 71 number, off the 105 time, you got to consider this horse. And Kevin might be on a mission. He took when you're boxing, I mean, for those who've boxed before, somebody hits you with a good shot, it triggers something, and then it's game time. And maybe that's what Kevin's feeling it right now. He's going to come in and win race number 4. Now, with all this pace in here, and, I was wrong on this horse last time. It was a similar race last time for Smoking Alone. I know it was a short distance of 5.5 furlong, but the race was loaded with pace, so I was expecting this horse to make a big late move. And he did make up some ground. He was just so far out of it early, with no early speed that day, that he just had no chance to make any impact. Now, if Smoking Alone feels like running a little bit more early, with all this pace in there, maybe I'll be right, just the wrong time being right in the next race. Baybank would just turn out to be much the best anyway, but he's got a similar pace scenario today that he should have something to run at if he could stay within range. Again, I don't know how this track's going to play today either, but at 8-1, you got to consider the horse. Rebel Empire would be the other one. He's the morning line favorite, and yeah, he's got some strong credentials here. He won a 1 in 6 months condition at Parks. That's good enough to beat this field. Unfortunately, got mixed up in the pace and didn't fire at all last time, with no real excuse, but I guess the excuse was Coach Bahi was in the race, and Coach Bahi's better than these horses. But you would expect this horse to run better than what he did. If you can forgive the last effort, maybe needed the race off a little bit of a laugh at first run over the track, yeah, I could see this horse would be no surprise. Yeah, Brock Moninoff is 3-1 morning line, and normally I would like the horse. Of course, I liked the horse last time, but it's one of those things. When you're the main speed like last time and you don't win, it's hard to come back and like the horse when there's other speed in the race. That's just my thing. He may run better. I mean, the Brock Moninoff of last year would have won that last race and would have a good chance to win this race. But the last 2 races for Brock Moninoff, He's kind of given it up late when he's been the main speed of the race. He's not the main speed of the race today, so that's the only reason I'm off him today. I'm going to go the 5, 6, 3, 4 in the 4th. Okay, 5th race, scratch the 3 heads or tails, which incidentally would have been my top choice in here. Also scratch the 8 New York Riesling. Now, this is a tricky one because Frank's art is run primarily on other surfaces. Obviously, he's never won on the dirt because he hasn't competed much on the dirt. All 5 wins have been either on the turf or the synthetic. Only had 1 start on the dirt, and incidentally, that was his last start. Well, here's the thing. He didn't run that badly. He tried to challenge, speaking of Brock Moninoff was the main speed, and then he stayed close with that one and then tried to challenge him before kind of losing interest. And that happens in those type of races. Now, it was the first race over the track, first time ever on the dirt, and taking all things into consideration, it's not that bad of a race. He's not a horse that has a lot of early sprint speed because he's run primarily in routes on synthetic surfaces. So what do you expect from him here? Well, there's not a lot of speed in this race, number one. So even saying that he doesn't have a lot of sprint speed, he might be able to get the lead in this race. And that's a big if because most of his speed he shows are in routes. But here's the question. Who is going to get the lead in here? Mr. JT, does he have enough class and sprint speed to hold the rail? You know, Trap the Dream doesn't have any speed. Ring Good, like Frank's art, shows more speed in routes than sprints, and the same thing with Central Love. So it's a race, because of the scratches, Heads or Tails and New York Riesling figured to be the 2 that probably would be the 2 that had speed in here. Now the race complexion completely changes. I mean completely, where you have a race that has absolutely no pace in it. So does Frank Art, even though he's got more route speed than sprint speed, get the lead from the outside? Maybe. That would certainly help if he's at least on the front line, because it looks like they're going to go 23 for the first quarter here, and probably 47 and change to the half. That's just a hunch. But sometimes you don't know how aggressive certain riders will be. Yeah, Mr. JT does have a little bit of speed to stay close. He's had some excuses in some of his races, but he got the same rider on him. But the big thing is he's dropping in class to 5,000 and draws the inside. So an error-free trip, you got to think, puts this horse right there for 5,000. Actually, should put him in the winner's circle. Too many ifs, though, to take him as the favorite. Now, again, he's had excuses. He ran into Almandro. In that race, from a pace standpoint, the way they scratched down to a relatively paceless race that Almandro took advantage of, because Almandro is a true speed. I would love him, Almandro, in this race, because it doesn't have any speed. He's better than these horses, and he would win. So that does make Mr. JT's race look that much better. Because I don't think there's any question Almandro would win this race. So he's finishing behind that rival, nothing to be ashamed of. The problem is there was some moisture in that racetrack. He likes an off track, and you just got to hope he's not going the wrong way if you're backing him. But for 5,000, you got to think this horse got a big chance. Trap the Dream is up against it from a pace standpoint. Again, there's absolutely no speed in this race, and he's a late closer. Sometimes when you're talking about these cheaper races, sometimes it doesn't matter, because sometimes the best horse, they all bunch up, and he's sitting up close. Sometimes it pulls them into the race, and if nobody makes a move to pull away from the other horses, he makes an early move, gets in the race, and it does a faster last quarter than the rest of them. Now that goes against the science of racing. That doesn't happen a lot when you see some of the bigger races. They say, well, there's no pace and you're a closer, you just can't win. But sometimes here, again, the cheaper races, it does pull them into the race because there's no speed and they're bunched up. Maybe that helps a horse like Trap the Dream. You know, maybe I'm drawing at straws, making a case for Trap the Dream with a lack of pace. But I think he's better than these horses if he does get a pace. 7-1-4. Okay, 6 race at 11-9 claimer. Never won 2 condition. Going 5.5 furlongs. Well, I don't like the post position here, but I like the horse. It is a glorified 5,000 claimer for this 11-9, and Paint the Line on the outside could just be better than these horses. Can he make the front from that outside post? He's faster than most of these. He's going to have to outbreak them to make the front because Vaunted and Sweet Julian have speed inside of him. But he's got to be at least be out on the front line and maybe eventually, as they get to the quarter, get to the front and go on with it. He comes off a second place finish. Creation of Adam would easily beat this field, and they almost ended up in a dead heat. The next race, Paint the Line, ran a good second to He Has It All. The horse that was third, Support the Cat. Support the Cat was running pretty well. I believe last week came back and ran a good second. So this horse is running well. I think he could beat these horses. I'd like him a lot more if he was inside than trying to shoot out there from the outside post. I still think he's better. Skellig Island, the 2-horse, a little bit of a price in here at 5-1. I like the drop in class, and maybe the cutback and distance can help as well. And you see the routes lately, he's run 3 straight routes and he's getting beat double digits. But notice the last couple times this horse has run well was in sprint races at the 11-9 level. He hit the board in both of them with decent numbers. Ran second, going 6 furlongs. The race before only got beat a couple lengths to Bustino Santino, who'd also run well in here. So I don't know about the pace scenario, but yeah, he's one that sits back and makes a run that if Paint the Line has a tough time clearing and the pace takes its toll, Skellig Island makes a run. Same thing with Connect the Brox. Connect the Brox is a horse that you use in tries and supers. It's that simple. He did run well behind Monomoy Girl, who's won 3 times this year, and that was his first start of the year going this distance. Last race, yeah, I mean, it was a speed favoring racetrack. Creation of Adam and Paint the Line, who's in this race again, ran 1-2 around the track. They didn't come back, and he's a closer. So when the speed holds on, and it's the speed track, everybody kept their position, so Connect the Brox didn't make a move. Might have a better chance today, at least pace scenario, but it's hard to like the horse to win when he's 1 for 24 with all the seconds and thirds. Sweet Julian takes a drop back down to 11-9, broke his maiden against special weights. He did take advantage of a paceless race, but you do see gray-haired Gus was in there. That horse all of a sudden turned out to be a good one. Blamiker was the next star. Where are you going when they went the fastest time in quite some time? Obviously the fastest time of the year, 1:03 for 5.5. I would just completely toss that race, draw a line through it, and consider Sweet Julian in here. I don't know if he can make the lead in here over Paint the Line. If he does, he's dangerous. Always got to respect the drop for a tag. Okay, we scratched the 5. Digital sale? 11-9, going 6 furlongs. It's a little bit of a price. His third choice morning line. Talking about Princess Cairo. Now, I have a little bit of a tricky play here because the form isn't that good lately for Princess Cairo, but she is getting a little bit of class relief, dropping 11-9. Plus, as the comment says correctly, reared up at the start. So that's the only race over the track for Princess Cairo, I think you got to forgive the race. I mean, they bet the horse down to 5-1 against allowance horses, and she had that mishap where she had no chance. So if you liked her at 5-1 in allowance races, don't you like her against the 11-9s today? She wants to go a little bit longer. That's the only knock on Princess Cairo. But it does look like she's going to get a little bit of a pace with Zen Lu and Lady Banker in here. Maybe Princess Cairo could sit off, make a run, and win race number 7. 4-1's a decent price. Miss American Pie is the most logical horse in the race, coming out of some tough 3-year-old conditional races in New York. The numbers are good. Was off the board in a 3-year-old race last time, but it was for 32 claimers. Fits nicely. This could be considered a drop in class. It is a drop, going into a conditional 11-9 after running against the 3-year-olds at the 32,000 level. Yeah, I got her second. The one Eastern Style might be a good long shot to use here. She's not completely out of it. She's another one that's coming from Saratoga, New York, that's just not competitive against those horses. So getting the class relief to the 11-9, it's got to help. I mean, a lot of these horses, that's where they're coming from. Princess Cairo, she ran a couple of times against the 17-5 2 lifetimes in New York. Miss American Pie ran against the restricted 3s, but she's from New York. Now, Lady Banker, she's running against the lifetime claimers in New York. So they're all kind of coming from the same beginnings, coming in here for the 11-9s. And basically all of them should find this a little bit easier. It should be a good matchup. And Eastern Star, you got to go back to more in the spring. She could match up against these. Obviously the last couple races don't, but she's a good long shot to use underneath, I thought. Yeah, Zen Lu, she ran against the maidens in New York. I just expected her to run a lot better than she did last time. I mean, part of the problem was she didn't make the lead. And her last couple of races where she ran well, she made the lead. So the big question here is obviously, can she make the lead? I'm not sure, because you got Lady Banker and World Bank Insider. So that's the key to the race if you're back in Zen Lu. And it could happen. I mean, she couldn't make the lead last time, and they went 47 to the half. If you can't make the lead in 47, you're not going to win here. All right, 8th race. Scratch the 6. Again, this is another race like earlier where they scratch the speed out of the race. Scratch the 6, Sweet Carol James of the 7 Crystal. Now we're talking more of a route than a sprint that they're scratching the speed out of. Here's the problem. Who's going to get the lead in here? Maybe the 6-year-old mare, Anna V, coming out of sprints? I don't know, because she hasn't shown any speed in the sprint races, so it doesn't necessarily she's going to have speed in the route. Does Malibu Dynamite from the rail get the lead? I think that's a good possibility that maybe Malibu's Dynamite just holds the rail. Again, it's a completely paceless race to finish off, kind of like the earlier race I was talking about. That was more of a sprint. Here's the problem with my top choice. I think Digital Currency is the best horse in here. Here's the problem, though. And it was the problem last time, where it wasn't a lot of speed in there. It was a horse from the 2nd tier that won the race, mainly because it was a strong inside speed bias. When I say strong inside speed bias, it was every single race leading up to that last race. The first 7 races, inside speed didn't just do well. Inside speed won every race that day, with the exception of the last race where the inside speed horse just wasn't good enough. When the inside speed horse wasn't good enough, it was a horse from the 2nd tier that ended up winning the race, I Am Eve. Now, with that said, Digital Currency is 10 lengths out of it. She's not going to win because of the speed bias. The 2nd tier is going to win if the horse on the front wasn't good enough. And she's wide. It was an inside speed bias. She was totally against the racetrack. Well, the problem is there isn't any speed in here for her to close on, so she needs to get more involved, at least be closer to have a shot in here. Now, she's better than 5,000 maidens. She's just got to be in the race. Look at how good is Malibu's Dynamite. Malibu's Dynamite might be able to take advantage from that inside position, dropping big time in class to 5,000. Now, she doesn't have much speed. I'm saying, well, maybe she gets the lead from the rail. And I don't know, maybe because she has the inside position. But she doesn't have a lot of speed either. Interesting race because of the scratches. Because those were the two, Sweet Carol, James, and Crystal, who figured to be the two speeds of the race. Kind of like the race earlier in the sprint. The couple horses that scratched figured to be the two speeds of the race. So now you got a completely different complexion. But I still like the 9 and the 1. Anna V, she's coming out of sprint races. Maybe she can get involved early. She's a 6-year-old mare that's running pretty good. Where she was for the longest time, I don't know. You can't say the old mare is not what she used to be, because she didn't used to be anything, because she didn't run before. So, I don't know. That's an old song. You've never heard of it. But she does have some good breeding for the distance. Now you got the 5, Starship Astrology, for our top trainer, and Anthony Ferraro. I say top trainer, but Buckley's putting the pressure on him. Ran in a sprint, only time over the track for 5,000, only time on dirt, and it was a better race. Only My Dreams won. The horses that were second and third both came back to win out of that race. So it's a better 5,000 maiden race than that sprint race. She's still questionable at the route. I mean, Cloud Computing obviously won the Preakness, so there's some route breeding. Silver Deputy on the dam side. And the weight off shouldn't hurt. So I don't. But she just hasn't shown anything to really say that this horse is going to win the race. But there are some things to like. Just the races that she comes out of are better than the horses she's running against today. That's not a good reason to put her on top, but a good reason to mention her and use her in the numbers. So I'm going to go with the 9, 1, 2, and 5 in today's final race. Those are my picks. Good luck with yours for this Tuesday card. Remember, pick 4s are good plays. We'll put our numbers up there. Race 3 is the first pick 4. The second one is race 5. Of course, you got pick 5s in the first race of the day and the last 5 races of the day. So a lot of action, a lot of ways to wager on today's card. We are going to continue live racing. One more racing day of this work week. Tomorrow, 1:15 will be the post time. Remember, Wendy's only 1:15, so 1:15 for the card tomorrow, and I will see you then.
Got about 5 minutes to race number one. Want to let everyone know, just like yesterday, horses will be coming on to the racetrack a little bit later than normal, so please adjust your handicapping patterns accordingly. Horses coming on to the racetrack a little bit later than normal here at Finger Lakes due to the toasty weather. Coming on the track, first race here at Finger Lakes, leading the post parade number one in traffic with Jeremiah's Flores. Number 3 is Our Girl Faith and Joel Cruz. Number 4, Quiet Horizon and Christian Navarro. Number 5 is Miss Pab. John Barrios partners up. And last but not least, number 6, Sabrine. Luis Perez in the irons. Post time in just a few minutes. Track is fast here at Finger Lakes. Fillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the Fillies and Mares have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 5 to go a mile. Even money, 4 to 5. Top 2 choices, 4 to 5 favorite number 3, Our Girl Faith. Even money number 1, In Traffic. Quiet Horizon going up. Miss Pab and Sabrine to the outside. Sabrine going up and in. They're all in the gates. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Good start for Our Girl Faith, who sends out for the lead. In Traffic towards the inside has the rail. And then it is Sabrine who races in third. A few more lengths back to Miss Pab in fourth. And Quiet Horizons at the tail of the field. 2 distinct flights and about 9 lengths from top to bottom as they navigate the first turns. 6.5 furlongs to go. Our Girl Faith has a lead by 2 open lengths. Sabrine in the red blinkers outside in second. In Traffic, white blinkers towards the inside third. Then a space of 6 lengths to Miss Pab, who's about 3.5 lengths in front of Quiet Horizon, who's at the tail of the field as they race up the backstretch. Our Girl Faith has a lead by just about a length. Sabrine's on the outside, harassing in second. In Traffic, white blinkers in third, 2 lengths off the lead. A gap of about 7 lengths to Miss Pab, who's a clear-cut fourth, and another 7 lengths to Quiet Horizon, who's at the tail of the field. Entry into the far turn. Our Girl Faith on top, the lead's a length and a half, too. Sabrine tries to bridge the gap in second. In Traffic, ground saving around both turns in third. Then 7 lengths back to Miss Pab, who's 3 lengths in front of Quiet Horizon, who trails the field. As they wind their way to the quarter pole, it's Our Girl Faith who has the lead by 4. Sabrine is niggled upon to keep up in second. In Traffic's under a drive in third. Miss Pab's in fourth. Quiet Horizon trails the field. They're in upper stretch, and it's all Our Girl Faith. Our Girl Faith widens the lead to 8 lengths. Sabrine will be all out to hold on for second. Then it's In Traffic. Quiet Horizon's up the inside. 16th to go. It's Our Girl Faith, the 6-5 second choice to win this race comfortably. Sabrine second. In Traffic third. Quiet Horizon fourth. Three, 6, 1, 4. Number 3, Our Girl Faith first. First race official, our girl Faith pays $4.50 to win. Back to the winner's circle, number 3, our girl Faith, Pennsylvania bred, 7-year-old chestnut mare by Jess's Dream out of Bewitching Anna. Duen Kamal Kapupan is the owner, Nurka Huertas the trainer, and Joel Cruz the winning jockey. Mary Hare bred, our girl Faith. Exacta $19, 50-cent try, $5.95, dime super, $4.87. Second race, Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race 2 in about 20 minutes at 1:29 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2, and that was our girl Faith able to secure the victory in the first cruise for Huertas to start us off. They did find the horse. Horse went off at 6-5 to start off the early pick 5. We look at the second race. We got a 6-horse field for the second race. I'm looking more towards the inside rivals of this one. The 2-horse Rachiel My Belle, right now second choice on the board at odds of 2-1, is an interesting proposition here because her form hasn't been so good the last couple starts, but she takes an extreme drop in class and will stretch out a little bit to a distance of a mile after going the 3/4 distance. Now the last race, she did encounter some trouble early where she got squeezed right out. Right after the start, this horse was forced to take up and was never really in the race after that. She just didn't have a chance to get her legs going after that, and she just basically got a workout. So you could draw a line through the last race. The race before was a tough field and just simply overmatched in that 6 furlongs event. Her other race was a shorter distance, and she actually ran pretty decently against an easier 5-horse field. Now, she only beat 1 horse in that race, but she ran okay. She's just been overmatched overall against the allowance rivals. So she does get some serious class relief dropping down to 5,000 today and shouldn't have any problem with the mile. Does have a work since that last race and should be one of the contenders in here. But again, there is some question marks with Rachiel My Belle because it's tough to gauge where she's at because she has faced so much tougher during her career. Divorced, of course, this horse is not getting much for play at odds of 6-1, but she does take a significant drop here after running 4th in a better field at the 11-9 level. And that could be all the difference here, moving to 5,000. You look at the horses that were 1st and 2nd in that race, either one of them would be a big favorite against this group. And she flashed a little bit of speed before dropping back in that mile race. I would think that she's going to be up close early and should be a factor at 5,000. You would think the drop should certainly help. The 1 Dharma is currently the favorite on the board at 3-2, as she will stretch out for the first time this year after running against special weights in the sprints for most of the races. She dropped to 5,000, responded to the drop. Now the race did fall apart, but it was on a track that was favoring speed most of the day. Chiquisteca has been running well since, and then she tried the 11-9 last time. Much tougher field, so she also will drop in class and shouldn't have a problem with the mile. Again, she went a little bit further last year. She actually ran in the New York Oaks. She finished 4th, although not even a close 4th. She did beat a couple horses in that race, so route's not an issue. She's getting some play, and she's one of the major contenders in race number 2. The other horse that's getting play is the 5, Jason Liam. She's run at this level before and run consistently well. I mean, she's been at this level for a while after breaking her maiden against the 5,000s. Of course, she absolutely walked the day that she, probably one of the easiest leads you'll ever see when she went something like 51 and 116 back in November. You talk about a walk in the park, that's what she had the last time she won and the only time she won when she broke her maiden. That's some of the horses that are getting play here for race number 2. I went with the 2, 3, and 1. Exactitry Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts here.
Coming on the track for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. There's the 1, Dharma, Sofia Vives. Number 2, Rochiel Maibel and Rafael Rohina Jr. Number 3 is Divorced, of course, with Kaber Koa. Number 4, Journey of 5 and Hemin Harkey. Number 5 is Jace and Liam with Andre Worry. And number 6, Who's Got the Tip? Chris Russell, partners up. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 fillies and mares to go a mile. Claimers non-winners of 2, 7 to 5 to the rail. Dharma. 5 to 2 Rochelle My Belle. 3 to 1 on number 5 Jace and Liam. Journey of 5 walking up. Jace and Liam. And who's got the tip? They're all on the gate. And they're off. It's Journey of 5 who's barreling out for the front end. Who's got the tip is on the outside. And going for the front end, who's got the tip? Journey of 5, Spar for the early lead. Divorced, of course, wants off the inside in third. Jason Liam further out in fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. A gap of about 3 lengths to Darmos to the inside of Rochelle My Belle. Whole field's covered by 5 lengths as they reach the backstretch. Journey of 5 has the lead. Who's got the tip, though? Right alongside. They're more or less on even terms. As it's Jason Liam in the 4-path. As it's Divorced, of course, 3 wide. Rochelle My Belle right behind the leaders in 5th and 2.5 lengths off the lead, and a gap of 3.5 lengths to Dharma, who's content to sit at the back of the pack as they pass the half-mile pole. Journey of 5, who's got the tip? First and second, Jason Liam outside in third. Divorced, of course, behind horses 4th. Rochelle My Belle now loops up to the outside 5th, 2.5 off the lead, and 5 lengths back to Dharma, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Journey of 5, Rochelle My Belle. Rochelle My Belle from a stalking position into a leading position, though deep on the course, has the lead as they reach the top of the stretch. Jason Liam, who's got the tip? Journey of 5, second, third, and fourth. Divorced, of course, will try and squeeze through at the fence as they got 1 furlong to go. It's Rochelle My Belle is homeward bound, has the lead by 2. Jason Liam shaking up on the outside. Divorced, of course, towards the inside. And then in fourth, that's Dharma in deep stretch. Rochelle My Belle, Divorced, of course, a final try. Rochelle My Belle holds. Photo for second, Divorced, of course, and Jason Liam. Then it was Dharma. Number 2, Rochelle My Belle first. Close photo for second. Time for the mile, 144.39. Second, number 3, Divorced, of course. Third, number 5, Jace and Liam. Fourth, number 1, Dharma. 2, 3, 5, 1. In race 2 from Finger Lakes. Second race official, Rochelle Mybel pays $8.80 to win. She comes back to the winner's circle. Kentucky bred, 3-year-old dark brown filly by Loban out of Strike Red. Adil Khan, owner-trainer. Rafael Rohina Jr., the winning jockey. New Horizons Bloodstock bred, Rochelle Mybel. Daily double, $25. Exacta, $46. 50-cent trifecta. 235, the winning combination. $43.87. Dime Super, $16.85. Third race from Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta try, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. There's a pick 4 that starts on race number 3. Post time for race 3 in 18 minutes at 1:58 p.m. Had a claim in race 2, number 1, Dharma. New owners Victor and Nancy Salvato. Ilmar Loaiza, new trainer, number 1, Dharma, claimed out of race 2.
I got about 7 minutes to post for race number 3. Rachiel by Bell actually getting overlooked somewhat at odds of 3-1 in that race after the trouble she had last time. The big drop in class was the key, and Rafael Rohina is going to get the victory for former jockey here, Adil Khan. Congratulations to them. Okay, third race. This race starts the early pick 4. You also got plenty of other options on the wagering menu. Exacta Try, Super Daily Double, and pick 3. It features the horse that was third in the New York Derby. That's King's Leap. Now, he was overmatched in the New York Derby when you compare him to the winner, but he did run a nice race to be third behind that really good winner and hit the post. So this is much easier. And you look at it, you have to look at his allowance races. They're all solid. He started off in a sprint, was able to beat a pretty decent field even though he wasn't at his sharpest, then stretched out and did get a battle in that race. Again, not at his sharpest. His best race was the mile race where he finished second. He ran second to a real good one in Sorority Prank. Sorority Prank would easily beat this field, and you would assume King's Leap off of that effort would have a big advantage on this field as well. So he figures to be awfully tough, and he also figures to be a short price right now at odds of 1-4. The one Ice Time figures to be the deep closer. Maybe he could pick up some pieces here and at least hit the board. And if King's Leap doesn't have it when he takes over the lead, maybe Ice Time could go again. I mean, he's been kind of a giant killer as he pulled off an upset last time against Burning Beauty. But, you know, King's Leap might be another story. Is that one a little tough? Although Burning Beauty's last race, and same thing with Rockstar Rebel, their numbers were pretty good going into that race, kind of like King's Leap. So Ice Time, not impossible, but he is at the mercy of the pace because he does come from so far out of it. The 5-horse is Love That Bird, and he's just the stablemate of King's Leap, probably thrown in as a filler, but he just hasn't fired this year. His first race was his best race, and when he stretched out to the route, just didn't fire at all. There may have, not sure what the excuse is for the race, but this will be the second time going long. And if you go by last year's form in the route races, he numbers-wise, he's probably second or third best in here, probably second best behind his stablemate. But he hasn't shown that yet this year. Maybe this is a good spot to wake up and run behind his stablemate to make a Ferraro Exacta. But those are the main contenders, and you're going to get a short price on King's Leap. Just look at the form on him, and deservedly so. Exacta Try, Super Daily Double, pick 3, and the pick 4 starts in the third.
Horses are coming on the track for race number 3. From Finger Lakes, number 1, Ice Time, Christian Navarro up. Number 2, Supreme Song and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3, King's Leap and Luis Perez. Number 4, Retail Man and Jose Baez. Number 5, Love That Bird and Caber Koa. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Third race from Finger Lakes. Field of 5 to go a mile and a 16th. 1 to 5 on number 3, King's Leap. Now 1 to 4. Retail Man. Love That Bird. They're all almost all ready. Rider had to step off Retail Man. Love That Bird right behind the gate. Supreme Song a little fractious. We're ready. And they're off. A hop in the air at the start for Supreme Song. But he's still pretty much with the front group. It's King's Leap and Love That Bird who go out for the lead. Supreme Song's up the inside, up into second. Retail Man settles in fourth, and 3 lengths to Ice Time, who's at the back of the pack as they take on that first turn. It's Love That Bird on top by 3 parts of a length. Supreme Song backs off in second. King's Leap, the big favorite, races in third. And then it's Retail Man and Ice Time at the back. About 5 lengths from top to bottom as they angle on to the backstretch. The gray, Love That Bird on top. The lead's just about a length. Supreme Song's in second. King's Leap, 3 wide up the backstretch in third. As it's Ice Time, Yellow Blinkers in fourth, and a half length back to Retail Man, who trails the field. As they travel up the backstretch, Love That Bird and Supreme Song continue to duel for the top spot. As it's King's Leap in third and 4 lengths off the lead to the outside of Ice Time, and a length and a half back to Retail Man, who trails the field. As they make the entry into the far turn, Supreme Song pokes the head in front of Love That Bird. But now King's Leap with a decisive move. Now a half length off the lead, and King's Leap in a blink of an eye from third up into the lead, and the favorite is in charge as they reach the top of the stretch. It's King's Leap on top. Supreme Song left in his wake in second. Ice Time down the center of the course in third as they run down to mid-stretch. It's King's Leap who's on top by 7 lengths. Ice Time now up into second. Supreme Song in third. Retail Man in fourth. 16th to go. King's Leap leads by 4 over Ice Time. Will make the margin a little bit closer, but it's King's Leap who's your winner. Ice Time second. Retail Man third. Supreme Song fourth. Three, 1, 4, 2. Number 3, King's Leap first. Mile 16th, 147.08. Back to the winner's circle. Number 3, King's Leap. New York bred, 3-year-old dark brown gelding by King for a Day out of Mine as Well. TLC Thoroughbreds, owner breeder, M. Anthony Ferraro, the trainer. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. 1 to 5 favorite official winner, race 3, King's Leap pays $2.40 to win. Daily double, $18. Exacta, $5.80. 50-cent trifecta, $3.05. Dime super, $1.38. Fourth race from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 7, production credit. J.M. Rahina, jockey changed on number 1, Victory Built. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time for race number 4 in about 19 minutes at 2:27 p.m.
We're in the paddock for the fourth, and no doubt about that winner, as King's Leap did not disappoint. A good looking performance. When Louis Perez asked this horse to go, just exploded. It was an easy winner for M. Anthony Ferraro. Obviously, already ran third in the New York Derby. See that horse later in some other stakes races. Fourth race, a 5,000 claimer, 9 hours of race since a day, or never won 4 races, goes a distance of 5.5 furlongs. Where we start the late pick 5 with this race, and we'll look at some of the contenders. The 5 Max Foster, 4-1 morning line, but getting some play right now at odds of 9-5. Man, this horse dropped below the bottom level when we ran the 4,000. It was only a 4-horse field after the scratches. Wasn't a lot of speed in there, but then it turned out to be some speed as this horse went quick. Quick first quarter and then finished home quick, drawing away in 105. It was actually very surprising to see that Max Foster, because we haven't seen a Max Foster that's sent to the front and kept going in a quick time. It's almost like, why was this horse hit for 4,000? Was much the best against those horses. But he's still eligible for the 5 because it was below level, and if he can repeat that performance and repeat that number, he could come right back here. The issue is going to be whether he tries for the lead or not. That's going to be interesting, because there is other speed in here with Stone Guitar and Brock Moninoff, and there's always a question about Max Foster passing horses. So I think that would be the only issue, but that last number is pretty good, and maybe this horse is just going in the right direction after getting a confidence builder, dropping down to 4,000. Now, Smoking Alone would be the most likely one to try to close in here. Problem is, he had the same type of scenario last time where there was a lot of speed in a short race like this one at 5.5, but it was almost like he was in another county. He found himself with way too much to do. They did go slower, a little slower than expected when they went 47 to the half, and he did close some grounds, but if he can get in the race a little bit more and the pace does take its toll, he would be the one that's most likely to pick him up, as he can be pretty versatile. He does make that big late run, whether he goes up the inside or the outside. One thing he doesn't do is go in between horses, but Smoking Alone could close in here and have some impact, and might be a little bit of a price right now at 7-1. Rebel Empire is another one to consider. Kind of a disappointing effort last time for Rebel Empire, but it was his first start in a little bit of a layoff. Was off from January to June, and faded in that race. Maybe he needed the race. He was in for the waiver claim. He's in for the waiver claim again today, but maybe got something out of it that we'll see the Rebel Empire that was running against tougher than these when at Parks. Rebel Empire at odds of 5-2. Obviously very playable off of the Parks form, not necessarily his last race. But that was against Coach Spy. Brock Moninoff's going to get action, but it's just hard for me to like this horse. I know he's shortening up to 5.5, and that's usually a good angle here when you stop going 6, you come back for 5.5. The problem is he's been lone speed for 6 furlongs the last 2 starts, and now he's not lone speed at 5.5. So he'll have to earn it a little bit more, but at least he's going a little bit shorter distance, and would be less likely to stop in that situation. But it does seem like they're going to have to go a little quicker. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 5 starts with race number 4. We do scratch the 7 production credit.
Horses coming on the track for race number 4. Number 1, Victory Belt, GM Rohina, the jockey. Number 2 is Stone Guitar and Christian Navarro. Number 3, Rebel Empire and Andre Worry. Number 4, Brachmaninoff, Jeremias Flores. Next up, number 5, Max Foster and Kevin Navarro. Number 6, Smokin' Alone, Hemet Harkey. And number 8, Hot Rod Lincoln, Sean Barrios. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the fourth race from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 to go 5 1/2 furlongs. 4 to 5 favorite number 5, Max Foster. Off a very nice win last time out. 5 to 2 on number 3, Rebel Empire. Stone Guitar, Rebel Empire, Brockmaninoff, Max Foster, looks like Smoking Alone, the last to load up. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a good start. Brockmaninoff sends out for the lead. Smoking Alone, flashing early speed. Max Foster splits those two. And then it's Victory Built at the fence. Stone Guitar backs off the pace in fifth. 3 lengths off the lead. Then a half length to Hot Rod Lincoln, who's to the outside of Rebel Empire, who's at the back of the pack. About 5 1/2, 6 from top to bottom. Less than a half mile to go. The Speedster, Brockmaninoff's on the front end. Max Foster applying the heat outside in second. Stone Guitar, Victory Built, Smoking Alone, third, fourth, and fifth. 2 lengths to Rebel Empire's out of last. Hot Rod Lincoln trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Brockmaninoff trying to inch away from Max Foster, who's niggled upon to keep up. Stone Guitar, green blinkers outside in third. And then it's Rebel Empire who'll have to go very wide in fourth as they turn into the home stretch. And it's Brockmaninoff who turns him in. Has a lead but now by about 2.5. Max Foster is all over the racetrack trying to re-rally in second. And then it's Rebel Empire in third. Brockmaninoff's under some heavy pressures with the lead by 2 lengths. Max Foster, final trial on the outside. Brockmaninoff will not slow down today. Brockmaninoff wins by almost 2. Max Foster second. Rebel Empire third. Stone Guitar fourth. Four, 5, 3, 2. Number 4, Brockmaninoff first. 5 1/2 furlongs, 106.15. Back to the winner's circle, number 4, Brock Monanoff. New York bred, 10-year-old dark brown gelding by Smart Bid out of Frivolous Buck. Thomas Broccoli and Darren Broccoli, the ownership. Paul Barrow, the trainer. Jeremiah Flores, the winning jockey. Dr. Gerardus Jameson, bred Brock Monanoff. It's official, $6.90, the winning mutual. Double, $12.20. Exacta, $11.80. 50-cent try, $5.90. Dime super, $3.77. 50-cent pick 3, $10.85. Fifth race, Finger Lakes. Scratch number 3, Heads or Tails, and number 8, New York Riesling. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time, race number 5 in about 20 minutes at 2:57 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 5, and yeah, shortening up in distance to 5.5 was the key, and the key was nobody really able to go with Brock Mondenoff. Today was his day. Jeremiah Flores for Paul Barrow is a case of he shot out there, and nobody was as fast today. 5,000 claimer, we scratched the 3 heads or tails, scratched the 8 New York Riesling. You got the 7 Frank's Art, going to make his second try on the dirt. Will be back in for the waiver claim, but his first start here was the first time ever trying a dirt surface. It run well primarily on synthetic and turf surfaces, 9 starts on each. So there was a big question mark on how he handled the dirt. I think the question is still there at how good he is on the dirt. He ran okay, but if he can improve off of that race, and again, he was off a few months before running that race, so you'd expect some improvement, he'd be okay in here. Now, there isn't a lot of speed in this race, not a lot of speed inside of him, which could help his cause because he does have some tactical speed in routes. Not sure if he's got enough sprint speed, but he should be within range either way. He's getting some play at 7-5. From the inside, Mr. JT may have enough natural speed from his class to at least be close. He takes a drop, and he automatically is a player here. Wasn't badly beaten, finishing third behind Emerald Forest and Fiery Heart. Either one of those horses would crush this field. But then he didn't run as good behind Alejandro, but Alejandro was lone speed last time. So the key is going to be the trip for this horse because there's not a lot of speed in there. If he can just get situated where he is in position or maybe hold the rail, could really help his cause. But he hits an all-time low, and he's got to be considered as a main contender of 5,000. Now, the closer in here is the 4 Trap the Dream. Trap the Dream has one way of going. You don't expect him to be on the front end. The problem is there enough pace to close for him to close into? Now, it could work out in a different sense where if they are all bunched up on the front and pull him into the race and he could be in it that way, but it just doesn't seem like it's going to be an ideal pace scenario, but he might just simply be better than most of these, so it wouldn't be a huge surprise in race number 5. And he's getting some action at odds of 5-2. Again, with the scratches, there really isn't much for speed. When you scratch heads or tails and New York Riesling, they were probably the speeds of the race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with this race.
Coming on the track, race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Started late 50 sin pick 4. Here's your field. Number 1 is Mr. JT and Luis Pena. Number 2, Flash Kiss and Jose Baez. Number 4, Trap the Dream and Kevin Navarro. Number 5, Ring Good, Chris Russell. Number 6, Central Love and John Barrios. Number 7, Frank's Art, Kaber Koa in the irons. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 6 furlongs. 7 to 5, number 7, Frank's Art. 2 to 1, number 1, Mr. JT. 5 to 2, number 4, Trap the Dream. Trap the Dream going up. Frank's Art to the outside. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Outside 2 broke the best. Frank's Art and Central Love now joined by Mr. JT at the fence in third. Now going out for the lead as well. 3 across the track early on. Trapped a Dream to the inside. A Ring Good fourth and fifth. And 3.5 lengths to Flash Kiss, who trails the field. Mr. JT with a big surge up the backstretch gets that lead by a length and a half over Central Love in second. Frank's Art stalks outside third. Trapped the Dream towards the inside fourth. 3 parts for length to Ring Good in fifth. And 4 lengths to Flash Kiss, who trails the field. 3 furlongs to go in this race. Mr. JT on top. Frank's Art attacks on the outside second. Central Love's is shuffled third. 2 lengths Trap the Dream gets off the inside fourth. Ring Good under pressure fifth. And a length back to Flash Kiss, who trails the field, and about 8 lengths off the lead, but gets a good trip into the stretch, does Flash Kiss. As they turn into the lane, it's Mr. JT who is sent down for the drive. Frank's Art is in second. Flash Kiss up the inside in third, 3 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. Mr. JT leads by 2 lengths. Frank's Art, Flash Kiss second and third. Trap the Dream outside fourth. Deep stretch. Mr. JT holds sway to win. Flash Kiss, I think, at second over Trap the Dream, is in that photo with Frank's Art. One, 2, 7, 4. Number 1, Mr. JT first. 6 furlongs, 112.80. Back to the winner's circle. Number 1, Mr. JT, Kentucky bred, 7-year-old chestnut gelding by Stay Thirsty out of Jesse's Girl. Chevalier Stable owns, Carl Grusmark trains, and Luis Pena, the winning jockey. Robert Spiegel bred, Mr. JT. Mr. JP's pays $4.10 to win. Double $27.40. Exacta $12.60. 50-cent try $11.50. Dime Super $3. 50-cent pick 3 $6.40. 50-cent pick 5 $54. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. There are no scratches. Put Jam Rohina on number 4, Vaunted. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time, race 6 in 21 minutes at 3:27 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 6, and as Mr. JT, Luis Pena doing a good job of holding that rail, and the horse was just too good for them. The drop into 5,000, that was a winning drop today for Mr. JT. Gets the victory for Carl Grusmark. Okay, the 6th race is an 11-9 claimer, never won 2 condition, going 5.5. And look at the board, you do have some early money in the 9, Paint the Line. Would it be the expected favorite in here, as this one has speed from the outside, and he takes a similar drop as we just saw the winner of the 5th race. And comes off a 2nd place finish, comes out of a good race, comes out even better race than the prior start going 6 furlongs, where this horse battled Creation of Adam to the wire. It was a speed favoring track where they went 1-2 around the track, but he did get beat by a pretty good one. So the class relief, the running at the 11-9 level, again, against, I would say, an easier field, put it that way. Paint the Line should be awfully tough in here, just catching a little softer group than the ones that he let the last 2. The 2-horse Skellig Island is the one that actually does get some class relief, dropping the 11-9. And the last couple times this horse has run at this level, he's hit the board in the sprint. The last 3 route races were against allowance horses, so he not only cuts back in distance, he moves down to the 11-9 level, and look for this horse to be making a move late, depending on if Paint the Line does clear early. So that's the key to the race. But the slight drop's going to help Skellig Island, and the cutback doesn't look like it's going to hurt either. Now, horse you can almost count on to be in the number is the 1 Connect the Brox. Can you count on the horse to win? He's got the numbers to do so against this field, but he does have a lot of seconds and thirds with just the 1 victory in his 24 starts. He's also shoring up to 5.5, but the distance doesn't seem to matter because he does have that 1 run. It's all, number 1, pace dependent and timing the move, because that's probably what will end up getting him in the winner's circle. But you can't knock him for his recent races. He ran good off the layoff to be 2nd, and the last race against the track, he ran 4th behind Creation of Adam and Paint the Line, who took advantage of that speed favoring track. So Connect the Brox, you almost have to use in this race as far as underneath, but be brave to use on top. If he can get the right kind of trip, he's got the numbers, he could beat this field. Sweet Julian's another one that could be used in here on the drop. This horse comes out of not just a good race, but the fastest race of the year, as Blamiker won in a time of 1:03. Now, he wasn't competitive in there. He beat 2 horses and still lost by 20 lengths. Well, they went 1:03. But the previous start was a victory against maiden special weights. He did have things his way. He's probably going to have to battle to hold the lead over Paint the Line, but he's not out of it taking that drop in class to the 11-9 level. So 6 minutes to post for the 6. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts here.
Coming on the track for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Connect the Bronx and Jeremias Flores. Number 2 is Skellig Island and Joel Cruz. Number 3, Drive Through, Cabercoa. Number 4 is Vaunted, GM Rohina. Skip to the 6, Sweet Julian and Michael Davila Jr. Number 7, Wit Dashing Speed, Hemant Harkey. Number 8 is Night Spot and Laird Bailey. Number 9 is Paint the Line and Emmanuel De Diego. And number 5, John's in Charge, Andre Worry. Post time in a few. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Drive through goes in. Vaunted. John's in charge. Sweet Julian. Wit Dashing Speed. Night Spot. And the favorite, Paint the Line. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Good start. Paint the Line. Outside post going out for the lead. Sweet Julian flashing early speed. Vaunted joins the fray up the inside. Someone lost a shoe up the backstretch. It's Wit Dashing Speed who tracks in fourth to the outside of John's in charge in fifth. Drive-throughs towards the inside 6, a gap of 4 lengths. Back to connect the Brox to the inside of Night Spot, and 3 lengths to Skellig Island, who brings up the rear. Onto the turn, it's Vaunted who has a lead by a half length. Sweet Julian in pursuit in second. Paint the Line, the 3 to 5 favorite, ranges up outside third, 2 lengths off the lead. John's in charge, mid-pack in fourth, then in fifth. That is Wit Dashing Speed, 3 more lengths back to Night Spot in sixth. Then it's Drive Through. Wit Dashing Speed, or make that connect the Brox splits horses, trying to advance from the back of the pack. We'll go one for the outside. Connect the Brox is closing in. Look out for Connect the Brox to the outside. All the meanwhile, it's John's in charge who has a lead by a length over Vaunted, who's fully extended. Connect the Brox on the outside, up into second. 16th to go. John's in charge tries to fend off Connect the Brox, and John's in charge will do exactly that. Connect the Brox second. Skellig Island rallied late for third. Paint the Line fourth. Five, 1, 2, 9, 14 to 1 upset. Number 5, John's in charge first. 5.5 furlongs, 106.62. official. John's in charge. $30.20 to win. Back to the winner's circle. John's in charge. New York bred. 3-year-old bay colt by Will Take Charge out of Spectacular Me. Roll the Dice Thoroughbreds. Owner breeder. Chris Engelhart, the trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Daily double, $101 even. Exacta, $161. 50-cent try, $161.25. Dime superfecta, $91.90. And a pick 404, $261.25. Seventh race from Finger Lakes, scratch number 5, digital sale. Exacta try, superfecta, daily double wagering. Win place show, 21 minutes to race number 7.
All right, getting ready for race number 7, and yeah, that was a good effort for John's in charge. Really got the trip in there more than anything, but last time it wasn't as great a trip as today. It was running against allowance before that, so I mean that was a pretty evenly matched race, and it was just a matter of getting that kind of trip. Andre Worry couldn't have given the horse a better ride in race number 6. We go to the 7th. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in here, and got a real short price early on the 8 Miss American Pie, running mostly against restricted 3-year-olds. Only once ran against older horses, and that was on the turf. So this will be the first time against older horses on the dirt. But those could be considered tougher races, the 3-year-old races that she comes out of. She's not hitting the board, but she comes out of tougher races. So this will be the test here. Her numbers are good enough, and she's a strong player. 1-9 is a little carried away, but she's one of the major contenders in this race. The 4-horse is Princess Cairo, who looks like being overlooked early. I guess all the money's on the outside horse, but Princess Cairo's only had one race over the track, and she reared at the start. So let's draw a line through her last race here. And it's not like she's getting ridiculously distanced in any of her other races against better. Keep in mind, there's a few of them coming out of the same type of races. That 17.5 2 lifetime at Saratoga and New York. You got the one Eastern Star has been running against those. You got Lady Banker, who's running against the 16s in New York, and of course Princess Cairo. So they match up pretty well in this race. It looks like it's just a notch below that one, but you get some of the horses that were running also rans against the 17.5s. And with that said, Princess Cairo is not horribly beaten in those races. She hasn't hit the board since breaking her maiden against Gulfstream Park competition on the Tapeta. So she is unproven on the dirt, but she might be able to get the trip. Here, talking about trips, Andre Worry getting the trip in the prior race. She might be able to sit the trip behind the speed in this race and pull off what looks on the board right now to be a minor upset with all the early money on Miss American Pie. The one Eastern Star figures to be a big price off of the last couple races. She dropped to the 17.5 last time and didn't fare too well. She was wide chasing. She does have some races earlier in her career where she broke her maiden for 30, that she's just as competitive as some of the other ones. You look at the horses that ran in those claimers in New York, they're all running about the same position. So she's another one, maybe a little better price that's been running there, but her last couple races haven't been good. The 7 Zen Lu, poor effort last time in the sense that she was expected to run better. I expected her to run better than what she did off of a second place finish, where she ran pretty big her first race over the track. Well, first race this year, I should say. But last time, didn't do too well. Couldn't make the lead. I think that was part of it in a race that wasn't that fast to make the lead. And now she goes a distance where she's never won. 6 furlongs. Of course, a lot of them haven't won because they're one-time winners at different distances. But Senlu could bounce back with a better effort. All depends on the pace flow, and she's outside. So she's at odds of 8-1. As the 8's coming up a little bit right now at odds of 1 to 5. So I got a minor upset. We'll see if the odds change come post time, but I went with the 4-8-1. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in race number 7.
On the track, race 7 from Finger Lakes. Here's the post parade. Number 1, Eastern Star and Jeremias Flores. Number 2, World Bank, Joel Cruz. Number 3, Lady Banker, Christian Navarro. Number 4, Princess Cairo and Andre Worry. There's the 6, Change Order, and then Harkey. Number 7 is Zen Lu and Emmanuel de Diego. And number 8 is Miss American Pie and Cabercoa. Post time in just a few minutes. Fillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Fillies and Mares have reached the starting gate. Race 7 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 fillies and mares to go 6 furlongs, 1 to 2. On number 8, Miss American Pie. Making a big drop in claiming price. Last raced at the Spa. Lady Banker. Into the gate, Princess Cairo. Change orders, Zen Lu, and the favorite, Miss American Pie, to load up. 3 to 5 on Miss American Pie. Zen Lu in the orange silks worn by Emmanuel de Diego. Now Miss American Pie and Koba to the outside. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. Half a step tardy, Eastern Star. It's World Bank who blasts out for the front end. Lady Banker, Zen Lu are on the outside, second and third. The gray Eastern Star plays catch up in fourth. Miss American Pie, the chalks in fifth and 5.5 lengths off the lead. A length back to Princess Cairo, who's about 3 lengths in front of Change Order, who brings up the rear. 3 abreast, half mile to go. Zen Lu, Lady Banker, and now World Bank gets shuffled in third. Miss American Pie glides up to the outside in fourth. Eastern Star mid-pack in fifth. 2 lengths back to Princess Cairo, who's 2.5 in front of Change Order, who trails the field. Midway on the turn, Zen Lu emerges out of the 3-horse speed battle, has the lead by 3 open lengths. Miss American Pie is under pressure to the outside of Lady Banker for second. World Bank's towards the inside. Eastern Star splitting rivals. The gray up into about a joint third and 5 lengths off the lead of Zen Lu. Zen Lu has 1 furlong to last, on top by 4. Eastern Star's up the inside. Lady Banker, Miss American Pie are next. 16th to go. Zen Lu is fatigued. Eastern Star gets the chance to pass Zen Lu. Zen Lu, Eastern Star. Eastern Star nails her. Zen Lu second. Then it was Miss American Pie and Lady Banker. Number 1, Eastern Star first. Second, number 7, Zen Lu. Third, the 8, Miss American Pie. Fourth, number 3, Lady Banker. 1783 in race 7. Back to the winner's circle, number 1, Eastern Star. New York bred. 5-year-old gray mare by Honorable Dylan out of 5 songs. Miracle Man Racing Partners and Shooting Star Stable 2, the ownership. Paul Barrow, the trainer. Jeremiah Flores, the winning jockey. Miracle Man Racing Partners bred Eastern Star. It's 2 wins on the card for Paul Barrow and Jeremiah Flores. 740 the winning mutual. Daily double $258. Exacta 47.80. 50-cent try $32.25. Dime super $41.80. Eighth and final, Finger Lakes, scratch number 6, Sweet Carol James, and number 7, Crystal. Exacta trifecta superfecta wagering. Post time for the eighth and final in 21 minutes at 4:28 p.m. And a claim in race 7, the 8 Miss American Pie. New owner trainer Ilmar Loaiza. Two-way shake. Ilmar Loaiza, new owner trainer Miss American Pie, claimed out of the 7th.
All right, we're getting ready to finish this Tuesday card with race number 8. Looking back at the 7th. Eastern Star able to get a nice trip under Jeremiah's Flores as Zenlu just got a little bit tired late, and Eastern Star was able to take advantage and sneak up the inside. Flores for a barrel took a lot of late play to be a $7 winner. Okay, just a reminder, we do continue live racing. A little later start tomorrow. We got 1:15 will be the first post for the Wednesday festivities. A lot of good action for tomorrow. Looking at the 8th, it's a 5,000 maiden claimer going a mile 40. Exacta Try and Super offered in here, and as competitive as you want to get for the final race. Could be a good race to play some 10-cent supers that's offered. Now the big thing with this race is it's another race that doesn't have a ton of pace because you scratch 2 of the horses that figure to provide the pace. You got Sweet Carol James and Crystal, a couple horses that were going to stretch out today coming out of sprint races. That would really been, you look at the rest of them, nobody really has any speed, and the only other one that's really stretching out is the 2 and the 3, Anna V and Ruby's Pearl, and neither one of them are showing much for sprint speed, but maybe that could translate to a little route speed. Malibu's Dynamite's going to get some play, dropping from maiden special weight and drawing the rail. Could be in good position in this paceless race from that inside post, and the inside has been pretty good today. That puts Digital Currency a little bit against it again. Digital Currency was very much against the track last time, as the first 7 races were gate to wire on the inside. Inside speed was boss, and this one was wide trying to close. Now, it wasn't an inside speed horse that won, I Am Eve, but that one did take advantage of being in the second tier because the speed horse was the one speed horse that just wasn't good enough. But Digital Currency had been running against Tougher before dropping a 5 last time. And again, did make a nice move against the racetrack. Unfortunately, might be a little bit against it again today, depending on the pace flow. The 1 Malibu's Dynamite's in perfect position here, just being on the rail. As it has, inside has been good, that inside trip. She lost by double digits in her last start, and that's the concern, that she drops sharply out of that race. But if you can forgive the last effort, you got to think this horse could be awfully formidable for 5,000. Another interesting one is the 6-year-old mare, Anna V. She was a rare 6-year-old first-time starter. We don't have 7-year-old first-time starters anymore. But she ran very well in her first start. Losing to Dharma, the race did fall apart, but she made a nice late move up the inside. Last time she didn't run that badly because they went extremely slow as far as the fractions, and she was trying to close ground and wasn't as good as Stella Brown. So the question is, does she have any speed here in the route? You would think that she'll be closer because she's stretching out, and with a 352 Tomlinson, she's another one to consider in today's last race. Really acting up in the paddock, saying, I'm too old to be only making my 3rd start. The 5-horse Starship Astrology. Starship Astrology should enjoy the easier competition here, stretching out to the route and staying at 5,000. That was their first encounter with the dirt last time, and it was a tougher field, won by Only in My Dreams. And, you know, the horses that finished behind her and ahead of Starship Astrology came back to win. So it did turn out to be a pretty decent $5,000 maiden race. Now, she's by Cloud Computing, not the strongest of breeding on the dam side for the route, but Cloud Computing is obviously okay, a Preakness winner. That going a mile 40 could be a good distance for, just a matter of the trip. The weight off certainly helps having the apprentice rider. So that's a few of the contenders, and obviously a wide open route to finish off the day. Exacta Try and Super offered. Again, we scratched the speed. Scratched the 6, Sweet Carol James, and the 7, Crystal.
Here's the field, eighth and final. Number 1, Malibu's Dynamite, Hem and Harkey aboard. Number 2, Anna V and Christian Navarro. Number 3, Ruby's Pearl and Luis Pena. Number 4, Secord and Carlos Camilo. Number 5, Starship Astrology and the Alexa Marie Cintron. Number 8 is Toast to Success, Andre Worry. Number 9 is Digital Currency and Caber Koa. And number 10 is Bourbon Blanket, Jeremias Flores, the jockey. Post time in a few minutes. Approaching the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 to go, a mile and 40 yards. Battle for favoritism. Number 9, Digital Currency, current favorite at 8-5. 9-5, number 1. Malibu's Dynamite, and 4-1, number 2, Anna V. Ruby's Pearl's been a handful, to say the least, since coming onto the racetrack. Next up into line. She's in. Rider stepped off, climbing back aboard, or getting ready to at least. Starship Astrology. Toast to Success. Digital Currency, and Bourbon Blanket. They're all in the gates. And they're off. Toast to Success, Starship Astrology. These two rush out for the lead. Bourbon Blanket's going to be stuck out wide with Digital Currency. It's Ruby's Pearl who's saving all the ground towards the inside. A few more lengths back to Anna V, who runs along in 6th. And then in 7th place, Malibu's Dynamite, who's to the inside of Secord, who's at the back of the pack and about 13 lengths off the lead. As they transition to the backstretch, it's Starship Astrology. On top, the lead's about 3. Ruby's Pearl, White Blinkers in 2nd. Toast to Success races in 3rd. Bourbon Blanket wide up the backstretch in 4th, 5 lengths off the lead. Digital Currency is in 5th, then 3 lengths to Anna V, who's about a length and a half in front of Malibu's Dynamite, and a space of 5 lengths to Secord, who's in the 8th and trailing position. As they have a half mile to go in this race, and it's Starship Astrology. The lead's been whittled down to a length. Ruby's Pearl's under pressure. It's Bourbon Blanket on the outside, who's threatening the lead of Starship Astrology, and Bourbon Blanket takes over from Starship Astrology. Digital Currency's on the outside, bettering her position up into 2nd. And then in 5th, Malibu's Dynamite, who'll soon be up into 3rd as the complexion of this race changes with a quarter of a mile left to travel. It's Digital Currency who's on top. Bourbon Blanket now shifts to the outside with a sudden move. Malibu's Dynamite's next. Secord's on the grandstand side. They got 3/16 to go. Digital Currency and Bourbon Blanket, these two clash for the top spot with 1 furlong to go. Malibu's Dynamite's in 3rd, but 6 lengths off the lead. A struggle between Digital Currency and Bourbon Blanket as they pass the 16th pole. Digital Currency towards the inside, Bourbon Blanket outside. It's a photo, and Bourbon Blanket came back on the outside. Got a good bob there with Digital Currency. Then it was Malibu's Dynamite and Secord to the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Photo finish for the win. Number 9, Digital Currency wins that head bobber with the 10 Bourbon Blanket. 9, 10, 1, 4. To the winner's circle, number 9, Digital Currency. New York bred, 4-year-old bay filly by Central Banker out of Lipstick, Green Tree Stables, and Goat Racing Stable. The ownership, James Aquilano, the trainer. Caber Koa, the winning jockey. Mallory and Karen Mort, bred Digital Currency. $8.90 the winning mutual. Double $39.40, exacta $66.50, try $42.12, super $36.20. Pick 3, $368.50. Pick 4, $1,331.25. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $16,062.25. Eighth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Tuesday. Next live racing day tomorrow, Wednesday. First post, remember, 15 minutes later at 1:15. Pretty soon, programs would be online. Looks like they are for Wednesdays. So go to fingerlakesgaming.com to download your free program for tomorrow. But for today, from high atop the roof here at a toasty Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a wonderful evening.